My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my 2nd time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math. I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what if...
What do you think you're doing?
There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class. Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid. And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground. That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one. I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart. Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're like super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said, "Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything. Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys." Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying, but you will never experience that, dummy. I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later, and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her. Hi everyone, I'm Billy. Yeah, just like Billie Eilish, but not famous. Welcome to my second home, the hospital. If you want to know why I live here, please like and subscribe. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. Mom, Dad, it hurts. They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared. Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here.
She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby.
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here. It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall, and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I'd been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steele. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale.
Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me. Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally! What? You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart? It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours. That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it? Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada. Oh, is there a few months? I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them. So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families. I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families? Of course, I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation. You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle. I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships, and finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person. I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy. It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here. So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food? I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know
I now declare you divorced.
I know what you're thinking. Emma, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Don't be so dramatic. Wrong. This percentage is so outdated. It's 80% now. Also, I'm not upset because my parents are getting a divorce, but because… Wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. And make sure you like this video and subscribe to MSA. I was born in a very poor country. But luckily, my parents were entrepreneurial geniuses. They built a business empire early on, so I never had a taste of real poverty like others here, and was practically raised with a golden spoon in my mouth. Mom doted on me and was super attentive, but Dad wasn't around much, so we'd never grown close. And when I was 11, he just announced out of the blue that he wanted a divorce and was moving to the US. He left just like that, without even paying child support. The most traumatic part was that he took our wealth and my lifestyle with him. And I had to eventually give up all the expensive stuff that had made me who I was. What do you mean, let's go eat hot dogs in the park? We're not hobos. Should we be sleeping on park benches next and using newspapers for blankets? I'm just saying, we can hang out and not spend money all the time. But apparently, we couldn't, and that's the first time I noticed I had no real friends around me. I switched to a public school, which was so stinky and embarrassing. Can I have one local lobster, please? Oh, yes, of course, milady. 1 second. Oops, guess we ran out of those.
Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays. Remember it.
It was a hard reality check, but over time I learned a lot and got really street smart. Do you have seafood today?
Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays, sweet pea. Remember it. By the time I graduated from high school, I was a strong, savage girl who would not let anyone cross her. I had saved up for a flight to the US, and I was ready for revenge. Daddy, here I come. Dad was the owner of a huge restaurant chain here, so he was easy to locate. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna do yet, but I wanted to get close and find some dirt on him that I could use. And even though I was 99.9% sure he wouldn't recognize me, I'd still gotten a serious makeover to avoid the risk. Hi, I'm Emily. Are you looking for waitresses?
Yes, we are hiring. We'd be happy to try you out.
And so I began working there with no clear plan in sight. I just knew a salary didn't qualify for revenge or even child support. One day, as I was polishing the cutlery in the kitchen, I heard Katie crying while she was on the phone with someone who was clearly yelling at her.
Poor Katie. Her husband is a nut job.
This happens often? Why is he yelling at her?
It's probably something to do with work. He is the boss after all.
The boss? As in...
Yep, that's his wife.
Wife? He remarried? I must have fainted, because the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and Colin was checking my pulse.
Gee, you scared me.
What happened?
I said Katie was the boss's wife and you went pale and fainted. So you tell me what happened.
Oh, I think I just didn't drink enough water today, that's all.
Sure, okay.
Colin and I became the closest co-workers. He sort of became like a guardian angel to me.
Your lunch today has all the nutrition you need. Can't have you faint in my kitchen again. Although
What?
well, I haven't performed CPR in ages. I might need a refreshment course.
You know that doesn't count as a kiss, right? It only makes you a creep.
Emily, you pervert! How dare you go there? I was merely suggesting you help me practice a life-saving technique.
Ha ha ha. Colin, you know, if you want, you can ask me out like a normal human being. As I was walking back home that evening, grinning from ear to ear that I finally had a boyfriend who seemed to like me for me, I remembered that he actually didn't know the real me. He didn't know my name was Emma or that our boss was my dad. Over the next few weeks, I kept looking for an opportunity to tell him, but there never seemed to be a right time. One day, Katie told us there was an extra shift available for a waitress at their house because they were hosting a party, and I jumped at the opportunity. Bingo! As I entered their mansion that evening, I felt a sense of nostalgia, and a realization dawned on me. Dad's life hadn't stopped or changed like mine after he'd moved on. He didn't actually lose anything. For him, Mom and I were just a pit stop.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, hey, yeah, it really is. When we went inside, Katie welcomed us warmly. She was always kind, but in her home, she seemed more warm and maternal. It felt like we were guests, not employees.
Kids, come show Emily around and put her bag in the locker rooms.
Hey, Emily. Nice to meet you.
Hi. As they showed me around, I felt like they were living the life that was stolen from me. What a lovely house. Oh, you've won so many math and art competitions, I see. Did your mom take you to all of these?
Both Mom and Dad. They never miss a competition.
Oh, Dad too? That's nice. My dad never took me to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sure he was just busy. Dad is busy sometimes, but he always makes it up to us.
So, he did know how to be a real dad. What did these kids have that I didn't? Why couldn't he love me like he loved them? I sat in the locker room alone, staring at the wall and just overthinking every memory I had of us when Colin came in, and suddenly I just burst into tears.
Emily, what's wrong?
Colin, I have to tell you something. And I found myself spilling my whole story and the reason I came to work for Dad. I spared no detail. Colin's mouth had dropped to the floor. He was silent for a few seconds after I finished, then looked up at me.
Honestly, good for you.
What? You're not upset that I lied to you?
No one knows this, but my real name is Samson. I hated it and hated my parents too. So I changed it and I left home at 18. I wouldn't say the real me is Samson, who was an angry teen at home. Colin is who I choose to be every day, so that's who I really am.
He was so right. The decisions I made daily were what defined me.
Know what? He deserves anything bad that comes his way. I want in.
So heart beats, whisper of love. Nights are blankets so still. Stars are bending to will. In the shadows we find sparks that light up the park. In the shadows we find whispered secrets entwined. Closer we dance, lost in this trance. Mystery calls through the night, hearts that take flight, motion so tight. Mystery calls through the night, hearts that take flight, motion so tight.
During the party, I managed to slip for a couple of minutes into Dad's office. I wanted to find something I could use against him, so I scanned the room well to make myself familiar with it, then left. Since it was the holiday season, I'd have plenty of waitressing opportunities at his house to sneak in again. I'd noticed that he had a safe in his office, and every time I snuck in, I tried every possible 4-digit combination I could think of. His kids' birthdays, his wife's, his own, but nothing worked. Until one day, I randomly tried my birthday, and the lock clicked open. Wow, now that's a surprise. Did he still think about me? Maybe he did love me. For a minute, I felt guilty and didn't want to go on with my plan. But then I remembered, if he actually loved me, he would have recognized me by now. So no, he probably used my birthday because it was the last thing anyone would ever know or think of. Thanks again, Daddy. Inside, I saw piles and piles of money. I wanted to snatch it all and run back home. But I knew that only works in movies. Instead, I started stealing small portions. I did not feel any guilt. Dad was plain awful to everyone around him, including his own wife. Then one day, he surprised us with a visit at the restaurant. What are you doing here, dear?
Well, it's my restaurant, isn't it? I'm here to check if everything is running smoothly.
That's what I'm here for. Why can't you let me run the restaurant without constantly trying to control everything?
Listen here, pretty face. I know you got bored as a housewife and you want to play manager, but I have real work to do here. So why don't you go for a stroll as I check everything out?
No, this is
I wasn't asking.
Katie stormed out of the restaurant on the verge of tears as he continued to check everything up close. Everyone was terrified of him, especially me.
You over there!
Me? This was the first time he had spoken to me directly in years.
Yes, what's your name?
I felt sweaty and tongue-tied, but then I felt Colin moving and standing behind me. He put his hand on my shoulder to let me know he had my back. Emily, sir.
Emily. Are you new here?
Been here a few months now, sir. Just then, two shady-looking men walked into the restaurant and saved me from the investigation. Dad left me alone and followed them into a small room at the back of the restaurant. Sometime later, the head cook was called in too, and when he walked out, he looked flustered. An hour later, Dad and the shady men came out of the room, shook hands, and then all of them left. What's that all about?
I'll try to find out.
Later that night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My dad had looked me in the eye, talked to me, and he didn't recognize me at all. How do you recover from that? The next day, Colin came rushing to me, looking ready to burst.
Emma, we got it.
Really? What did you find out?
Yesterday, he made a deal to import illegal seafood. He wants to use that in dishes without disclosing it to customers. The head chef and sous chef are in on it. I overheard them talking.
Bingo! I knew he'd be up to something crooked. Now we have to think of a plan to expose him. I wanted to teach him a lesson and also see if he would flee and leave his new family when things got rough for him. But later that day, his kids came in for lunch and they had prepared holiday gifts for the staff. My gift had a special drawing of me. No one else had one. Oh, thank you. It's lovely.
The kids love you, Emily. They keep saying how you treat them like normal kids, not the boss's kids.
When she said this, I had a flashback to my own childhood. A lonely, spoiled kid with no real friends. No one treated me like a normal kid when he was around. Just a few days later, when I was working at his house again, Dad came barging into the kitchen furiously. He had discovered that someone had been stealing from his safe.
Count your days, whoever you are. Did you think that a house this big doesn't have security cameras? Once I get the tapes, it's over for you.
OMG, security cameras! My face turned green and I felt nauseous.
What's wrong with you? Don't you dare puke in my kitchen!
I'm kind of sick, sir.
How often do you come to my house?
I've come a few times.
Maybe you stumbled into my study, found something you liked. Answer me!
Excuse me, sir?
Stop. Stop grilling this poor girl. She would never do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I've asked her to grab me things from my room 1,000,000 times, and she never touched any jewelry or clothes. So if she wanted to steal, she would have stolen 100 different things by now.
Everyone was staring at the three of us confused.
But not as confused as I was.
Nothing that Katie said was true. Why was she defending me?
Katie, these kinds of people don't deserve your kindness. We'll wait for the tapes in the meantime.
These kind of people? It echoed over and over in my head. Ugh, how I wanted to say, your daughter, flesh and blood, Dad. But I held my tongue. I suffered that humiliation, but I never showed up to the restaurant again. I texted Katie that I just couldn't work there anymore. I had stolen enough money, but I wasn't done with my revenge yet. Colin had managed to take photos of receipts in the cook's office, and it was all the proof I needed about Dad's illegal seafood purchases. I could go public and destroy him, and I would enjoy it. But at the same time, whenever I imagined his downfall, I only saw his kids being upset or hurt, and every time they popped up in my head, an image of my broken, younger self also popped up. Colin, I want him to suffer badly, but I feel if I go through with this, I'll be putting his family through what Mom and I went through, and I would feel guilty forever. I don't know what to do.
Baby, just by considering their feelings and future, you are already 100 times better than your dad. It's your decision. Do what feels most right to you.
And after much consideration, I decided to put the matter into someone else's hands. I asked Katie to meet me at a diner that night. Hello, Emma. Uh-oh, that's a bad start.
I figured out your identity shortly after hiring you, and I wondered why you had chose to work for us. Now I know. You stole that money from us to get back at your dad. But don't worry, I destroyed the tapes.
But then, why did you defend me?
Emma, once I figured out who you were, I dug into his history and found out everything about you and your mom. Your dad is a jerk. He deserves this.
Why are you with him then? For the money? You deserve so much better. The kids deserve so much better.
I don't care about the money, but I don't want my children to go through what you guys went through. I want to wait until they're older before getting a divorce. He is a mean husband and partner, but I can't deny that he is a great dad to the kids.
I understand, but in case you change your mind, take this. Do as you please with this information. Katie's eyes grew wide as she realized I'd handed her proof against Dad.
I didn't know about this. Thanks, Emma.
A few months later, I saw on the news that Dad was in prison and his restaurant license had been taken away because he was importing illegal food. And the same day, I got a text message from Katie. Thanks again, Emma. I needed it.
My sister Tito and I were playing in the playground when a boy called my name. "Hey, Dami, you act so tough. Let's see if you can climb this tree before me." "Bet you can't." "Oh yeah? I am Dami, the Nigerian nightmare. Watch me." "Yeah, come on, Dami, show him what you got. But if she climbs before you, you owe $5. Got it?" "Deal." I got to the top within a minute, but right then, Mom appeared out of nowhere, and she had seen my stunt, and she looked furious.
"Oh my God, what are you doing, Dami? Are you out of your mind? Get down at once."
Well, I tried to come down, but got stuck on a branch and ended up falling on Mom. Tito had a good laugh and collected the bet money from the boy. But the moment Mom turned to her, she made that innocent face of hers and then winked at me to stay quiet.
Oh, I wish you could be like Tito. She is so perfect.
Yep, perfect she was. In fooling Mom, Tito was obsessed with making money. She'd make bets, date rich guys, and one time even sold Mom's earrings without telling her just because she needed to buy the latest iPhone. But I never ratted my sister out because we were inseparable. She was my confidant and I was hers. Hi, my name is Dami, and I am from Nigeria. Please like and subscribe. Ever since my sister Tito and I were kids, people always said how different we were from each other. While she looked like a Barbie, I may have looked like G.I. Joe. Her hair was so shiny that people on the streets begged to touch it. Mine looked like a bird's nest, and at times I could barely comb it. However, the most important difference according to Mom was that Tito was perfect and I wasn't. My Tito would be the perfect bride. Any man to marry her would be so lucky. A rich one. Mom, I want a rich one, please.
Let's see if we can find a rich one for you. But Dami, I don't know how I'll get you out of the house. With all your hobbies like a boy, Dami, no girl climbs trees, fights, and definitely doesn't have short hair. You need to behave like a proper lady so some guy will fall in love with you and marry you.
Yuck. Marry boys? Mom would always be talking about these things, but thank God Dad was different. He loved Tito and I equally and gave us the freedom to be ourselves.
Don't worry about Dami. No boy will be choosing her. She will be the one to choose a boy for herself.
One time when I was 12 and Tito was 15, we were walking home from school together. On our way, a really cute guy bumped into Tito, and the two started talking as if they had known each other forever. It was so boring, standing on the side being Tito's sidekick while the guy asked for her number and complimented on how pretty she was. Just then, I saw a crowd excitedly watching something on a TV at a storefront. When I joined them, I saw they were cheering for two girls in a boxing match. Who knew girls could box? Fascinating. When we reached home, Mom kept asking why we were so late, but all I could think about was the boxing match. That night, I watched tons of videos about women's boxing, and in a few days, I was practicing around the house. And it really drove Mom mad. She hated the idea of women being boxers and forbade me to even think about it.
No daughter of mine is going to be a boxer. Got it?
Fine. She could stop me from pursuing boxing as a profession, but she couldn't stop me from practicing at home. But one time, when I broke a vase that had my great-grandma's ashes, Mom gave up.
Oh my God, just take her to some boxing academy. Please don't practice at home. Ever again.
Yippee! Dad and I were ecstatic. Dad got me into a boxing academy, but since I was the only girl in that place, boys weren't keen on letting me practice in peace. As if it would scare me off. One time as I entered the gym room, I saw some boys practicing boxing on the punching bag. When I asked for a turn, they just laughed at me.
Oh, little girl, your fragile fingers will hurt. Leave this to the boys.
Why? Are you scared I'm gonna do better than you? I guess if I were you, I'd be scared too, little boy. The boy looked pissed, but moved aside to let me practice on the punching bag. It was my chance to show them what I had. I totally destroyed the punching bag. After that day, no one ever called me a little girl. I had been in the academy for just over 6 months when my dad got an amazing job in the city. Now my academy was just a 2-minute walk away from my new home. We were all so happy about living in the big city. We had heard so much about it, and I was excited to live in it. Tito was excited for a different reason. I love the city. Did you notice how rich the guys are here? I am sure I'll find a rich guy, make him fall in love with me, marry him, and live my best life. God, Tito, can you think of anything other than boys and getting married? Why not focus on studies? With the grades you are getting, how will you finish high school? I don't need to finish high school when I have a rich husband, duh. We had only been in the city for 6 months when I got some surprising news. Tito was getting married. Tito's boyfriend, Econ, was the son of one of the richest men in town. He and Tito looked totally in love. Well, Tito a little more than him. I wasn't a fan of Econ because he was going to take my sister away from me, but seeing Tito over the moon made me happy. Soon my house was swarmed with wedding activities. Just a day before Tito's wedding, I was so fed up and went to a local restaurant to get some air. When I walked in, I saw Tito's boyfriend and I decided to say hello. As I got closer, a girl passed me by and hugged Econ. And then they both kissed. What the heck? This dude was cheating on my sister. I so wanted to punch him, but the moment he saw me, he smirked. The audacity. Gonna tell your sister I'm cheating on her? Yes, and she is so gonna dump your sorry butt, you cheater. Oh, please. Your sister is so in love with me, she won't believe you. Get used to it. We are going to be in-laws, at least temporarily. I just need to marry a girl of my dad's choice to access my trust fund, and then I'll be free. You know, I can pay you for keeping your mouth shut for a while. I saw red hearing his words and gave him a much-deserved punch before leaving. At home, I tried to tell Tito the truth, but she didn't believe me and told me to keep my mouth shut. One word and I swear I'm gonna stop you from becoming a stupid boxer. Got it? You know how much she adores me. She'll listen to me. But Tito, zip it, Dami, and let me get my beauty sleep. Ugh! I went to my room and I was so mad Tito was acting like a fool. The next day, Tito was dressed in all white, and as she started to say her vows, I just couldn't keep my calm and stood up. This marriage is a scam. He has a girlfriend and he is marrying my sister just to access his trust funds. Tito, this worm is cheating on you. Dami, stop it. Shut up. You have no proof. Yeah, I have. That black eye I gave you yesterday, but I think you need another one too. Before I could get a hold of Econ, he turned and ended up falling into the huge wedding cake. The wedding was a mess. Tito crying, Mom screaming, Dad angry, and all the guests running out of the hall. But at least my sister dodged the bullet that was her cheating groom-to-be. I knew Tito was upset, and I needed to talk to her. But just as I went to her room, she pushed me out. You ruined everything. You ruined my big day. I hate you, Dami. I'll hate you forever. At home, I thought Mom would blow up, but to my surprise, for the first time in forever, she hugged me and thanked me for saving Tito from that cheating jerk. But Tito is so angry at me, Mom. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Give her some time. Days passed, but Tito wasn't ready to forgive me. Every time she'd see my face, she'd walk in the opposite direction. It was like she hated me with every fiber of her being. I had to ignore her, so I focused hard on my dream, and one day, I saw a poster for a boxing tryout. The winner had the opportunity to represent the country in an annual global competition. I submitted the form and got a positive reply. I was ecstatic. But on the day of the tryouts, something unbelievable happened. I woke up to the sound of my mom crying like a banshee, and then she fainted. I had no idea what had happened, but when I saw a picture of Tito on her phone with that cheating jerk Econ, I knew what had happened. Tito had run away and married that butthead. By the time Mom was conscious, I knew the bus for the tryouts had already left. My chance had been blown. I was sad for days, for both missing the tryouts and the fact that Tito got married to that cheat. Wow, life was a topsy-turvy ride, but I pulled myself together and applied again the next year. Like before, I got selected and represented my country on a huge platform, and in the end, returned home with a gold medal. You have made us so proud. I always thought Tito will. Mom, come on, cheer up. She is happy wherever she is. There was no stopping me. I won many championships and even started coaching young girls in the academy. But one time when I returned home, nothing in the world could prepare me for what I was about to witness. Tito had returned with a baby. So he left you, didn't he? Huh? Of course he didn't. I'm here to visit Mom and Dad. Just shut up and mind your own business. Well, Mom and Dad patched up with Tito, but her visit was just extending. It had been 2 weeks and she hadn't left. I knew that good-for-nothing husband of hers had dumped her. One night, as I woke up to get some water, I heard the baby crying in Tito's room. I peeked inside, and Tito wasn't there. So I picked up the baby and took her to my room. Gosh, my niece was a miracle from above. I had never seen a baby as beautiful as her. We instantly bonded, and in no time she was asleep in my arms. When I went to put her back, I was shocked to see Tito counting money. But the moment she noticed me, she hid her hands behind her back. "What do you think you are doing? How dare you touch my baby?" She was crying. And that money, where did you get it from? Huh? It's mine. I'm married to a super rich guy, remember? Give me my baby and stay away from my child. I don't want her turning into a Hulk like you. Look at yourself. There's nothing girly about you anymore. Tito, tell me, are you in some kind of trouble? I can help you. Shut up. I don't need your help. I'll never need your help. Get out of my room now. Something was sure fishy with Tito. I knew my sister too well, even when she was being a jerk to me. So the next day when she left the house with her baby, I followed her. She kept walking and finally stopped near the seaside. What was she up to? As I was lost in my thoughts, I saw her husband. The moment Tito saw him, she threw money in his face. But instead of being angry, the jerk smirked. Here's the money you asked for. I can't believe I had to steal from my mom and dad because of you. Just leave me alone now. Don't ask for my daughter's custody. We are done with you. Just as I thought, that cheat was blackmailing Tito. Wow, that's a lot of money. Now that my trust fund is empty, I am glad I got you to bring in some cash. That sister of yours is making quite the money. On second thought, I'll hold on to my baby girl. Having her with me guarantees my supply of money. All of a sudden, he started to run, and that's when Tito let out a scream. Instantly, I lunged and grabbed him by the collar, and Tito came in time to take the baby safely away. I always knew you were trash. This was long overdue. Saying that, I gave the jerk a much-deserved black eye. Once Ecom was taken away by the cops for blackmailing Tito for money, my sister came running to me with my beautiful niece in her arms. Dami, how did you know? I followed you. You looked worried. I had to find out. I'm so sorry, Dami. So sorry for being a jerk, for not listening to you, for not admitting that I made the most foolish mistake ever by trusting Econ. Can you forgive me, Dami, please? Tito, shh. The baby is asleep. Look, I might not be able to forgive you right away, but I promise I'll always have your back and will always, always love my niece. Dami, and I promise I will wait for you to completely forgive me. Strong people like you will always find it in their hearts to forgive others, but they don't forget, so they won't be hurt again.
Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you. With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself.
Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair? Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine.
I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well. But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me. She was talking about my mom. I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us.
Oh my God, you're so sweet.
You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole.
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you.
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me? No. Olivia, do you want to go shopping? No. Olivia? No! But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever.
Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops! I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else.
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise. I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve. I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here? Susie? What are you doing here? You forgot my name? What's wrong with you? But I still recognize you after all these years. That's something. Oh, my baby. No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here? I'm here for you, baby. I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money? No. Clothes. Who do you think I am? A thief? Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail. Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you.
I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you? Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money. It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad. What? He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day, he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hi, I'm Blair from Salem, and this is my wacky Halloween story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a good life growing up. Dad loved me to pieces. Even though I never stuck with a hobby for too long, he still paid for the best classes and equipment. Life was good. But there was only one problem. Dad ran a funeral home, and people at school thought I was a freak. I heard Dracula buys his beds from Blair. Is that why you're so weird? Are you like possessed or something? No, but you look like you're full of poop. As a result, I didn't have any friends, but when I was in the 10th grade, my life completely changed. Dad's sister, Aunt Mary, came to live with us, and she was the most fabulous-looking woman I'd ever seen. She had a daughter my age, and I was thrilled to finally have a friend. But she took one look at me and wrinkled her nose like I was dog poop. What are you wearing? You look poor. Dior instantly became the most popular girl in school. Nobody cared that she also lived in the house with the funeral home in the basement. Aunt Mary had worked at a fashion magazine, so Dior thought she was qualified to rate people's outfits every day at school. 5, 7, 2. Ugh, minus. Who made you fashion police? You should be arrested for that crime against fashion. I ignored her and went to gym class, but when I went back to the girls' showers, my clothes were gone. Dior was in the back of the school, holding my outfit over a dumpster. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor. And she set my clothes on fire. You've gone too far, you witch. I tackled her to the ground and pulled her hair. We fought like cats till the teachers pulled us apart and took us to the principal's office, where we were given 2 weeks of detention. At home, Aunt Mary blamed me for everything.
It's not your fault, John. This is what happens to motherless girls. I tried to provide for her by spoiling her rotten. She's an impulsive girl and doesn't stick to one hobby. The house is full of stuff she's only used once. Must have cost a fortune, and she doesn't appreciate any of it. This is why she's starting fights with Dior, who was just trying to help her.
You're right, but what do I do? I have the funeral home to take care of.
But I'm here now. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, Mary. Here, buy whatever you need.
I couldn't believe Dad was giving up so easily. Did he also think something was wrong with me? Your reign is over, Princess. Mom and I are the queens here now. No, Dad loves me and he'll see right through you two.
But things just got worse. I came home one day to find all my things boxed up in the living room.
What the heck is going on?
You don't need such a big room, and I could use the closet space. So I took it.
And where am I gonna sleep? The closet's pretty big.
Dad won't allow this.
You've overstayed your welcome, Aunt Mary. I'll have him kick you out of the house. But instead, Dad accused me of being selfish and not welcoming my aunt and cousin as I should have.
I was completely heartbroken, and I felt replaced. Things were already grim at home, but a week later, I was rushing to the cafeteria to get the last slice of pizza when a boy beat me to it.
Hey, you must be new here. That's actually mine. The lunch lady must have forgotten to tell you.
Don't see your name on it.
What a jerk! I had to settle for a gross sandwich. Ugh! The pizza thief's name was Ashton, and he had recently transferred from New York. He was super rich, but I suspected he was some kind of robot because the dude never changed his expression. But the girls were going crazy over his good looks. His style is on point. He's so mysterious and dashing. I mean, yeah, he was cute, but the guy hardly ever said 2 words. A few days before Halloween, Dior announced she was throwing a party and that there would be a prize for the best costume. I was planning on staying in my dusty, spider-infested attic bedroom, but then I heard Ashton would be there, so I spent hours coming up with the perfect outfit. But when I finally came out of my closet, I got the biggest shock. The party didn't have a horror theme at all. Everyone was dressed up like models and the Kardashians. I looked totally out of place. Oh my God. Blair came dressed as the ghost that's possessing her. It's Edward Scissorhands, you idiot. I think you mean lame boy, lamer hands. Yeah, you'd know all about lame since you threw a lame party. What a snooze fest. Do you think you can do better, freak? You wouldn't know an awesome Halloween party if it bit you on the butt. Where are the bats, the witches, the skeletons? Where's the scary stuff? We're not crazy like you, and I throw classy parties, but I'm not scared of anything. Oh, I think you are. If you're so brave,
Spend 2 hours at the McNeely Mansion with me. First one to come out crying will be the other's personal assistant for a month.
What's the McNeely Mansion?
I jumped in surprise. Ashton was so close, I could feel his eyes on me, and it made my heart flutter in my chest. It's the most haunted place in Salem. It was abandoned years ago after the place burned down in a freak fire.
Sounds cool.
I was terrified of the place, and I was sure Dior was gonna chicken out, but to my shock, she said, "You're on." Everyone got to the McNeely Mansion, and my heart sank into my belly. The place was spookier at night. Ashton was going to time the dare, and the others waited around making bets on who would win. "This is where you can live once Mom and I have you kicked out." Ugh, she was trying to get in my head. I hated her so much. I walked to the house on jelly legs, imagining all sorts of horrors inside. I stood in the front hall, my heart hammering in my throat. The whole place was creepy, windy, and cold. Goosebumps broke out on my skin. Suddenly, Dior pushed me. "Right then, go on upstairs. You wanted an adventure." "Shut up, Dior. Let's just stand in one place for 2 hours." "I thought you wanted a spooky Halloween. Go find a ghost boyfriend or something. You won't ever get a live boy to date anyway." "What is your problem? Why are you so mean to me?" "Because you're a walking eyesore. Nobody wants you at home. Uncle only gave you everything because he feels sorry that your mom left you. Just get lost already." "You are the worst, Dior. You can't treat people like this. Don't tell me what to do. Don't push me." Suddenly, we heard a deep voice behind us.
Nasty fights leave nasty scars.
I jumped out of my skin in fright, and Dior ran out of the house screaming like a banshee. But there was no monster. The ghost of my imagination was a homeless man with missing teeth. "You scared the living daylights out of me." "And you made Dior nearly pee her pants on the way out."
My apologies. You live at that funeral home, right?
"Dude, you live in a haunted house. You don't get to judge."
Oh, no. I see you around town. I hear your aunt moved in with you. What's she like? Does she have a lot of money? Did she buy you this awesome costume?
"Okay, you're officially freaking me out. If you don't want me to call the cops, you better buzz off." The homeless man left me alone, and 2 hours later, I walked out of the mansion in triumph. Dior's face was scrunched up as if someone had farted under her nose.
That was cool. You're very brave.
School life changed completely. Now I was the popular girl, and Dior was my personal assistant. And it was awesome! I made her cut all my sandwiches into small pieces so I could eat it with a fork. I made her do all of my homework in disappearing ink, then made her do it again. And I even had her warm a seat for me at a chess game in the park. I had her running errands around campus in a chicken costume. It was hilarious. But when I asked her to clean out my locker, she put her foot down. "No, absolutely not. I'm wearing vintage Chanel." "Then wear this hoodie. It's Walmart." "You're taking things too far. This is just cruel." I quit. Maybe I had taken things a bit too far, but I wasn't sorry. One day on my way home, I saw the homeless man from the mansion snooping around our street. I chased him to the park, but he got away from me. But when I turned back to go home, I saw the most amazing thing. Ashton was rolling around on the grass with a cute puppy licking his face, and he was laughing. The sight set butterflies loose in my stomach. The dog playfully ripped the shirt he was wearing, and it fell right off. Oh my God. But as soon as he saw me, his expression became robotic again. "What the heck? Is this your dog?"
Yeah, his name is Bruce.
"Cool." "Oh, good dog." I fell hard on my back, but I didn't care. Bruce was such a lovable puppy. I rubbed his belly, but then Ashton said it was time to go. But before he did, he picked the grass from my hair. His face was close, and I could see just how green his eyes were. And then he just left. He was super weird, but really cute. The next day at school, he brought me a whole pizza for lunch. "Hey, thanks. What are you doing today? Maybe you and Bruce can come over after school."
Sure, I think he really likes you.
"Only him, or?" He didn't answer. He turned around, face expressionless, and walked away. I was thinking about why he was the way he was when someone knocked my pizza to the floor. "You don't need the extra carbs." What kind of witch magic have you done on Ashton? It's called human decency? You wouldn't know anything about it. No way is someone as cool as him into a loser like you. You're definitely up to something, and I'll get to the bottom of it. I ignored her. I hated going home these days, but I was looking forward to Ashton coming over with Bruce. We played with Bruce in the garden, and Ashton became a completely different person. I felt my heart beating fast when he looked at me. What's your deal? You're like RoboCop with the rest of us, and with Bruce, you finally start acting human. I'm not good at making friends with humans. They lie and cheat. Animals are loyal, and they don't want a lot from you. I know what you mean. I've never had friends either. I thought you were popular in school. People hang out with you all the time. Yeah, but they're not my friends. They still call me a freak behind my back because my dad runs a funeral home. What's wrong with that? I know, right? You're pretty cool, Ashton. Call me Ash. And he came closer when suddenly lights blinded me and we were surrounded by the police. Hands up! What the heck is going on? I watched in horror as the police went inside the house and pulled Dior and Aunt Mary out. They were struggling and screaming and cursing their heads off. And Dad was coming behind them, looking confused. Then a man in a suit walked over, and I recognized him. He was the homeless man. Special Agent Curry, we've been following these criminals across 3 states. Criminals? You must be mistaken. This is my sister and my niece, also known as Sticky Fingers Mary and Dastardly Dior. They have stolen from several banks and rich men, and I have a warrant for their arrest. You'll never find the money. Never! All of a sudden, Bruce jumped forward and dug his teeth inside Aunt Mary's fur coat. Let go, you dirty mutt! But the coat ripped and money started pouring out of its lining. I can't go to jail, Mommy. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Dad was shocked. He turned to me looking completely confused. What have I done? I trusted them completely. I was still mad at Dad for trusting Aunt Mary over me, but he didn't deserve to go under a mountain of debt because of all the money they'd probably spent or stolen. We'll be fine, Dad. I'm sure Agent Curry can talk to the banks and we can get our money back. I don't care about the money. I let them treat you horribly because they convinced me you were spoiled. Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can, Dad. I love you the most. I hugged him tight. I finally had my home and my dad back. Life was going back to normal. Bruce barked and I saw Ashton standing at the edge of the garden. Well, better than normal. You were awesome, boy! Who's a clever dog? You're a clever dog! I trained him, you know. Then I owe you my eternal thanks. So I leaned up and kissed him, and he kissed me back, and it was perfect. So I learned that crime doesn't pay. Tell us about your most hilarious Halloween costumes in the comments.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning. My dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, "Hi." My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, while my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house. He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, No, I mean that I'm still married to her. So we aren't even legally married? My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight, I tried to assure her. Tonight? It's my bed, my house. She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. Everything okay? She asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. Mom, this is Lisa, I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, I don't need to be invited into my own home. I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, We can all call this place home. Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about. You're taking my husband away, was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. What is it? What's going on? He asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me, she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. Who are you? She asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. I'm your daughter, Emma. No, My daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house? Dad? I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. Something's wrong with Mom, is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses. But this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me. And she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hi, I'm Brianna from New York. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad who owned a multi-million-dollar company. Even though he was super busy, he always put me first, and I felt truly loved. He worked from home till I was 3, and then he hired the best nannies to take care of me while he was away. Life was good until one day, something really strange happened. I was 4 years old when one night, I saw Dad working really late and I decided to make him some hot chocolate. As I walked over to his desk, I suddenly tripped on the carpet and spilled it all over his laptop.
Oh my God, Brianna, you fried my laptop. It has so much important stuff on it.
Suddenly, I felt something happen to my face. I could feel my lips and nose and cheeks twitch uncontrollably. Dad noticed it and immediately took me to the doctor. She told us that face twitching was an involuntary condition, and it just happened to some people when they were stressed. There wasn't really any cure for it. When I turned 5, Dad enrolled me in the best school around. In the first lesson, the teacher asked us all to write a few lines about ourselves. But this girl next to me kept talking so loudly with her friends, I could hardly focus.
Hi, can you make a little less noise, please? I'm trying to write and...
Gosh, are you telling me you're as stupid as you look? Don't interrupt me again.
Just then, my face twitched, and she looked even angrier as the others laughed. She thought I was mocking her, and after that day, Mona became my sworn enemy. And it just stayed that way forever, even when we got older. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dad and I got stuck in traffic on our way home, and we saw a homeless couple on the pavement fighting over a sandwich. A boy my age was sitting near them with a basket of apples, and he came running towards us.
Sir, would you like to buy a pound of apples? It only costs $1, and with that, I'll buy dinner.
Dad bought 5 pounds and gave him $200. The boy's face lit up and he skipped off happily.
Poor kid. He should be in school, but his parents can't afford it.
Dad, why don't we do that? Let's send him to school. Please, can we?
He smiled and nodded. A week later, Dad enrolled him in my school, and when the teacher introduced him to the class, I found out his name was Jack. He didn't seem to recognize me, and I never brought it up that I'd seen him before, or that my dad was the one who helped him. I didn't want him to feel embarrassed, but the rest of the kids were brutal, especially that Mona.
Hey, Jack, why do you walk to school every day? Where's your car, man?
Come on, guys. Can't you see how poor he is? His pants are 2 sizes too small for him, and all he eats for lunch are apples.
I wanted to punch her face, but Jack didn't even react and walked away. I asked Dad to get him new clothes, and the next day, Jack looked so much happier. One day at the end of class, the teacher asked Jack to collect everyone's assignments. As he was walking through the aisle, someone stuck a leg out and he tripped and landed hard on the floor. I rushed forward to help him, but Mona got there first and threw a whole bottle of ink on him. That was it. I grabbed her bag and threw everything out of the window. She screamed and pulled my hair. I turned around and slapped her face. As we wrestled, we went crashing into a poor kid's solar system project, sending planets flying everywhere. We both ended up in detention, but it was worth it. The next day, I saw Jack walking towards me in the hallway, and I felt nervous. It was the first time we'd be talking. As he got close, my face started twitching. He stopped and abruptly turned away. Oh no! Jack, please stop. I didn't mean to tease you. You just wrinkled your nose like I'm something disgusting. I thought you were different after what you did yesterday. Just let me explain, will you? I told him about my condition and his face softened. We started hanging out after that, and soon we became friends. Well, I started having a small crush on him. He was sweet and simple, unlike any of the other rich, hoity-toity boys I knew. A few days later at a park entrance, someone was selling lottery tickets, and we both got a ticket each for fun. The results were posted online the next day, but Jack said he was too nervous to look. I laughed and took both tickets and started scrolling through the results. My eyes almost popped out when I saw some numbers. The winning one was mine. OMG, I just won the $10 million lottery. I didn't really need it, but this money could change Jack's life. So without another thought, I switched our tickets. Oh my god, Jack, you've won freaking $10 million. Can you believe this? He stared at me in shock, then started whooping and jumping around like a crazy monkey. It was the best moment of my life. I was so excited to meet him after the weekend, but as soon as I entered school, I spotted him in a corner surrounded by some kids, including Mona. Gosh, couldn't they just leave him alone? I rushed forward and shouted, "Just knock it off and stop bullying." No, Brianna, relax. They're my friends. I stared at him in disbelief. Friends? These guys? Turns out, Jack was on the local news for being the lottery winner, and now everyone in school was suddenly his friend. Kids were swarming over to our table at lunch and nearly knocked me off trying to sit closer to him. Everyone wanted to know what he'd do with his millions. And well, he was spending them. One day, the flashiest yellow sports car drove up to school, and Jack jumped out of the back seat. He was now wearing branded clothes and carrying the latest iPhone, showing everyone pictures of his mansion. I was really happy for him, but he was suddenly so busy with all these new people and going to parties, I barely got to see him anymore. So one day, I texted him to ask if we could meet later, and he said he'd love to take me out for dinner. In fact, he picked out a really fancy restaurant, and it kind of felt like a date? But I was so mad when I kept waiting for 3 hours and he never showed up. He wouldn't even pick up his phone. On my way home, we were driving past some cafes when suddenly I yelled at my driver to stop. I spotted Jack under a streetlight, putting his scarf around a girl's neck and pulling her in for a kiss. And the girl was freaking Mona. I stormed over to them. What the heck, Jack? You stood me up for dinner, and what are you doing with her? He's kissing me, twitchy face, because I'm his girlfriend. His what? Jack, are you crazy? Gosh, Brianna, I totally forgot about dinner. And no, I'm not crazy. Mona has apologized for everything to me, and she's actually really sweet. No, she's not, Jack. Can't you see she's suddenly into you because you're rich? That's why all those other people are your friends too. What's your problem, Brianna? Why can't you just be happy for me? Does it bother you that I'm not your poor friend anymore? The one you can feel sorry for and take care of? You just can't stand that I'm as rich as you now. I can't believe you just said that. And suddenly, my face started twitching horribly. God, I hate when your face does that. It's so annoying. I snapped and slapped him across the face. I don't even know who you are anymore. And with that, I ran back to my car with angry tears down my face. I was heartbroken, and I told Dad everything that had happened that night. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, and I'm sad to hear Jack's turned out this way. He'll soon realize he's lost the best friend he ever had. Well, it didn't look like it would be anytime soon, because he and Mona were now the hottest new couple in school. I could hardly stand to look at those two. But thankfully, the next few weeks, I was too busy working with my science club members to see much of them. Some professors from Harvard were coming to judge our projects, and we had a chance of winning a spot in a super exclusive summer program. When it was my turn to speak out at our presentation, I started off really confident. But just then, I spotted Mona and Jack in the auditorium pointing and making faces at me. I tried to focus, but I felt so flustered. My face started twitching and I forgot all my words. I turned to leave and I tripped and crashed straight into our project. As I saw Mona and Jack laughing from the corner of my eye, I picked myself up and ran away from there. I couldn't believe my best friend had become a spiteful jerk, ruining everything for me. I just never spoke to him again. A few days before the end of high school, I was walking past the principal's office when I saw Jack inside.
What's happened to you this past year? You've ignored all my warnings and now you've failed 3 subjects. You're not graduating high school. You'll have to repeat a year. What? Come on. Surely we can find another solution. How about I pay you 10 grand and you make my bad grades go away?
Get out of my office, Jack. I quickly walked off before he could see me. He was so smart, but he'd just been wasting his time over stupid things. And Mona publicly dumped him the same day when she found out because she said she didn't want to be with a loser anymore. I graduated high school with flying colors, and of course, Dad came to attend.
Oh, hello, sir. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Well, I was hoping to see you graduate along with my daughter, Jack. Your daughter? What's her name? Brianna. What? Brianna is your daughter? Yes. In fact, she's the one who insisted I send you to school all those years ago. You have a lot to thank her for, son, including that lottery ticket you think you won.
I was gathering my stuff from the locker when suddenly I found Jack standing behind me.
What do you want? Brianna, I know what you did. What kind of crazy person gives away $10 million?
What? How do you know that?
It doesn't matter. Just tell me, why did you do that for me?
Jack, when I saw you as a kid on the roadside, it broke my heart to think you didn't get as lucky as me to be born to rich parents. That lottery ticket was also just dumb luck. I didn't do anything to deserve it, but I really believed you deserved a better life. I still believe that, and I don't regret giving you the money at all.
I can't believe I was such a terrible jerk to the best person in my life. I'm really, really sorry. I don't deserve your forgiveness or your friendship, and I won't ever bother you again. Goodbye, Brianna. I hope you have a wonderful life.
He walked away, and I had a lump in my throat as I watched him leave. A few years later at university, I was studying in the library one evening when I realized it was quite late. As I was walking back to my apartment, I suddenly felt like I was being followed. I looked around to find 2 masked men right behind me. I tried to run, but they caught up instantly, and one of them snatched my bag as the other pushed me to the ground. Just then, someone came out of the shadows and punched one of them. To my shock, I saw it was Jack. The 2 men started beating him up as I screamed for help. Just then, a policeman came around the corner and the 2 men ran away. I called an ambulance and immediately rushed Jack to the hospital. He was unconscious and in really bad shape. He went into a coma. 10 days later, I was sleeping on a chair by his bed when I felt a hand on mine. Oh my God, you're awake?
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Jack, why were you there that night? How did you even know where I was?
I regret what I did to you so much, Brianna. So I made a promise to myself to always look out for you. I was too stupid to notice, but all those years, you were my guardian angel. You watched over me and stood up for me when no one else did. I owe you my life forever, and I love you, Brianna.
Finally, you sound like that sweet boy I used to be friends with. I forgive you, Jack, and I love you too. And with that, I leaned in for a kiss.
Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie! How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back. Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you? You wish. Now give that back. Okay, I'll give it back on one condition. Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it. I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library. Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What do you plan on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling. That look on your face says you fell for me. If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm. Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about? Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave. What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet. What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this? That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I gonna do with it? What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame? Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities? Yes, I am. These are my parents. Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one? What do you mean? So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me. What? Have you gone completely crazy? Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real. or the whole thing's off. I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me? Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought. Why do you hide your identity? I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing. Wow, cheesy much? I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise. Well, yeah, makes sense. I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life, and I'm glad I found that picture. Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture? Does it matter? Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me. I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened. What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever. But instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you? Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together. We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me? Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care. I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster. How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay. Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No, please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you. Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true. Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person? I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you. His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster. Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person? No conditions? Well, only one. Can I kiss you already? He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee. Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those, except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands, and while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3, like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep. I'm cutting trackers and signals, so don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds and under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on. My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party, or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying. Not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles. And they did not look friendly at all. Uh-oh.
Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed. I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant. And it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist. And of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her. And she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose. Like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet. Like nature therapy. And I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing. And did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature, just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time, just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to crush your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to—
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even— There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard. Just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish-purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back. "Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help." But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld. Hello? When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern, more like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim. So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my god. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking, and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again, and this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name.
Will I ever see that graveyard hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my God! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the graveyard hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double doors suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped me fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Oh, wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you gonna do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it, but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive beam bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, the creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us. But this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious bean bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me, or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region. hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. He was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues, so we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists, so we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
Craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build a jet in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one. I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so... Did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. If you want real answers, follow me. She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, Where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine, and sweet, and creamy. It's probably laced with something drippy, like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close. Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. And where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you. Some to protect you and use you at the same time. Some to own you. Some to experiment on you. And others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now. They're coming. And they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, the whole cafe started to shake. And that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly risible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery.
This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go! Hurry up! We're running out of time!
Miracles do freaking happen, folks! I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom, at last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my god, honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah, and I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics.
Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Devat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yolan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into that.
I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way.
Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it.
I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are.
I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it. Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi everyone, I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time, when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 in the morning, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future.
See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling! Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't gonna be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my god, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost expect you to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go.
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like skiing more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
A break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc, etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, You can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead, she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre, and Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we kinda got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait! I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was gonna kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away. but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's from my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine, I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't gonna last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable!
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around, and with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this.
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad, this is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened. But her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lied to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest. And they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
Ugh, it's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away, but now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much, but if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are, always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
Hi, I'm Tara from California, and boy, do I have a crazy story for you. When I was born, my mom was so bummed out. She cried.
All I ever wanted was a boy so he could grow up and make money for me. And all I get is a stupid girl.
Once when I was 3, she took me to the park and tried to exchange me with a boy. The kid's mom was so mad, she called the cops. Mom grabbed my hand and ran out. When we got home, we found out Dad had run away with some younger girl, and Mom and I were alone. I was sad Dad was gone, but Mom was traumatized. She was crying about money all the time and said it was my fault Dad left. Around the same time, something else really weird started to happen. Sometimes, when I said or heard certain words, I tasted things. One time, Mom's friend Mary was over, and whenever Mom said her name, I tasted strawberry ice cream. I jumped onto Mary's lap and licked her cheek.
Ew, you don't taste like your name.
Who asked you to lick me, weirdo?
And what do you mean? But I couldn't really explain it. One day, Mom was going on and on about some guy Bob at work. And every time she said Bob, I gagged.
Stop saying his name, Mom. It tastes disgusting, like raw eggs.
Mom freaked out and took me to a doctor. And that's when I found out I had something called lexical gustatory synesthesia. That means I could taste words. At first I thought it was kind of cool, like a superpower, even though some words tasted horrible. But then school started and things blew up. On my first day, our teacher asked us to introduce ourselves to our desk neighbors. I was sitting next to the prettiest girl who turned to me and said her name was Sarah. Before I knew it, I was puking all over her. She screamed, saying I'd done it because I was jealous of her dress because hers had Cinderella on it, while mine had Mickey Mouse.
No, I just have this condition where I can taste words. And Sarah just tastes like stinky broccoli. I hate you, freak!
After that, I became the official school entertainment. As soon as anyone saw me, they would yell all the words they knew tasted bad to me.
Hey, Tara, say mayo, rock, algebra.
When I was in grade 8, everything changed. I was walking back home when I saw a girl from our class, Quinton, practically being yelled at by her chauffeur.
Your old one was fired. I'm your chauffeur now.
I don't even know your name.
I'm Gilsberg. Now get in. Your dad wants to see you now. He said you were in danger.
Quinton was about to sit in the car when I found myself running across the lot like a banshee. No! Quinton! Don't trust him! His name tastes like sweaty socks! I bet he's a criminal! Everyone around me started laughing, but the chauffeur looked terrified and immediately tried to get away. The security guard managed to stop him and had him arrested. He was trying to kidnap her. As the police took him away, he turned to yell at us.
I'll get you some other time, you brat! You're lucky that stupid girl saved you!
Quinton was in shock, but she threw her arms around me and said I was a hero. The next day, I was in the headlines. Everyone was talking about how I had saved a billionaire's daughter from a horrible crook. At school, there were reporters around my locker. They all wanted an exclusive interview with me. And when I got home, there was a huge bag of money waiting for me. Quinton's dad was so grateful that he'd sent it as a thank you. Mom was obviously thrilled. A few days later, when I got back from school, she rushed forward to hug me, saying she'd missed me so much. Mom, I saw you this morning.
I know, but I let my baby girl leave without a hug. What if you didn't come back? You're so special, and I have a huge surprise for you. You're gonna be a star.
Excuse me? Then she told me the craziest thing.
I've spoken to a producer, and they are giving you your own show where people will call in every night. They will give you names to taste, and you can give them advice about their lives based on your powers. It'll be called The Tara Show.
They're not powers, Mom. I don't even taste all the words. They don't mean anything.
Well, those people don't have to know that. Come on, sweetie. Don't you want to make your poor old mom happy?
At first, I wanted to refuse.
But I did really want to make her happy, so I gave in. Overnight, I was whisked away onto a set. On the bright side, being on national TV changed my life at school completely. People actually sat with me in the cafeteria now. Girls would ask me to tell them what I tasted when they brought up names of people they had crushes on. I've had a crush on this girl, Emma. Emma tastes like cookie dough pancakes. You should totally ask her out. Life was good. Then one day, Quentin, who is now my best friend, rushed up to me and said, "Tara, I need a huge favor. There's a new guy in my class, Nicholas, and I have the hugest crush on him. What does Nicholas taste like?" I gagged on my lunch. Ew, it's like black coffee. I'd say stay away from him. She looked devastated, but said she believed in my powers and dropped the idea. One day during gym period, a popular jock who used to bully me was pestering me to go out with him because now I was popular too. Just then, a football came flying and hit him smack in the head. The jock yelled and let me go. I tried to see who had kicked the ball, but my savior was already leaving. I ran after him. "Hey, wait!" The guy turned in for a second, and I asked, "What's your name?" "Why? So you would taste it and judge me?" "To say thank you." "Thanks for helping me, but he'd already turned around and left. But he wouldn't so much as look at me. I once pretended to give myself flowers in front of him just so he'd be jealous. But he gave me this long, dark stare and walked away. But another thing was bothering me like crazy. Mom was constantly breathing down my neck. All she ever talked about was the show and the money. She even started making me skip classes to practice my craft. So one day, I snuck away from home to study in the library. As I was struggling with some math, someone took my pencil out of my hand and solved the question. It was that boy. That's when I had a brilliant idea. "I'll pay you if you tutor me." For a minute, he looked at me with an intense expression and then brushed my hair out of my eyes. "I'll do it for free." With that, he walked away, leaving me with weird little butterflies in my stomach. Later that night, as I lay in my room, someone tapped the window. I jumped up. It was him. I opened the window, and as I pulled him in, the two of us toppled to the ground, our faces inches from each other's. My heart was beating like crazy. Then he leaned in and kissed me. "Can you tell me your name now?" "Oh, it's Nick." Suddenly, the door flew open, and Mom barged in. "What's going on here?" "Mom, he's just here to help me with math." "Math's math. I know what he wants. There's no way I'm letting anyone steal our money. These men are all gold diggers." And with that, Mom kicked him out. I was so mad at her. The next day when I got to school, Quentin came up to me and was still going on about the guy she liked. I felt really bad for her. But just then, Nick walked up to me, and as we kissed, all color drained from Quentin's face. She yanked me off Nick, dragging me to a corner. "What the freaking fish, Tara? How could you do this to me?" "Do what?" "Kiss Nicholas! I can't believe you'd betray me like that." "Betray you? That's my boyfriend Nick." And suddenly, I understood what a terrible confusion had taken place. Quentin's Nicholas was my Nick. I tried to explain, but she just pulled back and slapped me. "Just because you're a stupid celebrity doesn't mean you can have whatever you want. I hate you, Tara." With that, she stormed off. I was devastated. The next day when I was going to the library, Mom stood in the doorway glaring at me. "I told you to stay away from boys, didn't I? There's no way I'm letting anyone take that money. From now on, you're grounded forever. No dating." I was so upset that I just started yelling at her. "You know what, Mom? I think you're really greedy. I'll date whoever I want, and I quit your stupid show. I'm tired of lying anyway. I'm no stupid psychic." When I got to school the next day, everyone was looking at me and whispering. The girls who'd come to me for advice looked at me angrily. "Oh, look, there goes the lying freak. Liar. Such an attention seeker." What was happening? Then Nick marched up to me and said, "I didn't expect this from you, Tara." "What are you talking about?" "This, Tara. I saw you talking to your mom yesterday." Then Quentin thrust her phone into my face. It was a video of me yelling at Mom that I was lying on the show. Quentin had uploaded it, and now everyone knew. "Nick, I can explain." "Save it, Tara. I can't believe how many people ended up doing stupid things because of your games. You're a horrible person. I can't believe I thought I loved you." As he stormed off, Quentin turned to me and said, "Revenge does taste sweet. Bye, bestie." The rest of the day was terrible. When I finally got home, I found out the producers had seen the clip and canceled the show. And Mom was so furious she'd packed up and left. First of all, she'd taken all her savings with her, including the money I'd saved up for college. I was devastated. My mom was a monster, and I lied to everyone because of her. But there was no use crying now. I had to fix it. So first thing, I got a job to start saving up again. At school, everyone was now ignoring me. I thought Quentin and Nick might start dating each other, but they both just went around looking sad all the time. I hated that. I'd really hurt them. So one day at assembly, I walked onto the stage. Everyone started booing me, but I was determined. Hello, everyone. You all know me as the girl who can taste words. And I'm just here to say, I'm sorry. I've lied to all of you, and I've ended up hurting the people who mean the most to me. I hope you can all forgive me because I never meant to hurt anyone. I just got carried away. For a second, there was silence. But as soon as I got off the stage, Quentin ran up and hugged me. I'm sorry too, Tara. What I did was horrible. I even told Nick the whole story. I don't even like him anymore. I was just mad because I thought you'd betrayed me. What did Nick say? He says he's a fool if he doesn't give you another chance. Nick, I'm so sorry. But he didn't let me continue and pulled me in for a long kiss. And I knew even though his name tasted like coffee, everything would be just fine.
Hey, I'm Miley from Venice. Before you listen to my story, please click like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, my parents were just busy in their own world, and they sometimes forgot I existed. When I was 3, my parents were getting ready to go out for their anniversary dinner, but minutes later, they walked out the door and left me home all by myself. I ran to the window and started yelling out loud, and that's when they came back running. Oh God, what are you still doing here? You're making us late.
But you forgot me, Mommy.
Come on, no time to talk. Hurry up.
This kind of stuff happened all the time. Then once when I was in 4th grade, I invited them for my annual day function. I was playing the role of a princess and was super excited for Mom and Dad to see me. But like always, they didn't show up. Ugh, I was so pissed. The other kids were taking pictures with their family while I was standing there all alone. And I finally lost it. I decided to walk back home by myself. As I was passing a sandwich stall, I saw a girl a little younger than me trying to steal a sandwich. Hey, no, you can't do that. Stealing things is bad.
But I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten for days.
I saw tears in her eyes, and she did look like she was having a rough time, so I offered to pay for both our sandwiches. Her name was Lucy, and when I asked her about her family, she told me the most shocking thing.
I don't have a family. I lived in an orphanage, but the caretaker was so evil. She made us work a lot and didn't even give us any food. So I ran away.
It broke my heart to see her so sad, and I asked her to come with me. I have parents, not the best, but at least I can promise you a home. Besides, I've always wanted to have a sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hugged me. Later, when we reached home, I asked Mom and Dad to adopt Lucy, but they refused straight to my face.
But Mom, I really want a sister. You guys barely have time for me,
So you picked a thief from the streets? Not happening. They took Lucy back to the orphanage, and I cried my heart out. I wouldn't even eat or sleep, and I'd run off to the orphanage and wait for Lucy outside every day. Seeing me this way, my parents finally gave in and agreed to officially adopt Lucy. And I was the happiest. And in no time, we were like real sisters. Soon after, Lucy was starting school with me. And even though she was nervous, I promised I'd be there for her all the time. But the moment we entered, we fell in the eyes of Diana, the meanest girl in the school.
Hey, Miley, is that your new adopted sister? Ew, what garbage dump did you pick her up from? She stinks like a skunk's butt. Shut up, Diana, or I'm gonna kick your butt right now. Ugh, cut it out, Miley, and send her back. I don't think orphans like her belong with us rich people. My mom told me they're just the filth of society.
That was it. I pushed her away and she fell to the ground. But when I turned to Lucy, she was already gone. Later when I went home, I hugged her. It doesn't matter what anyone says, okay? You're my sister and I'll always love you. After that, I took a necklace from my pocket and put it around her neck.
What's this?
Open it.
OMG, it's our pictures. You're the best, Miley. I love you.
And I really loved her too. Days passed and I was always there to watch over Lucy. No one was gonna mess around with her as long as I was around. Then one day in 8th grade, we were given a math test when I suddenly looked up to see Lucy passing some sheets to Diana through the window. What the crackling crabs? I didn't want her to be caught by the teacher, so I kept quiet. But later when I went to the cafeteria, I saw Lucy at a table surrounded by Diana and her minions. What was this witch up to now? What's going on here? Leave my sister alone, you witch.
No, Miley, she's my friend, and we're just having lunch together.
Friend? Are you crazy? She's a bully. Stay away from her. Ooh, it looks like someone's really possessive. And it's not like I threatened her to hang out with me. She wants to be friends with the cool kids. What is she talking about, Lucy? You come with me right now. You're not staying with these girls another second. I tried pulling Lucy away, but she brushed off my hand roughly.
No, I'm not going anywhere. And please, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm not a baby.
I couldn't believe my ears. My sister was fighting me for some bully? Later when Lucy came home, I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen.
She's not bad, okay? She saved me from other mean girls in the washroom once and asked me to join her gang. Now I'm cool like them, don't you see?
She's turning you into a bad person like her. I saw you helping her cheat today, Lucy, and that's not cool. But my words had no effect on her. And after that, she started hanging around with Diana all the time. She'd be carrying around Diana's books, bringing her food, wiping the table clean for her. It was so annoying. She even missed my birthday and went shopping with Diana. And when I saw her pictures on Diana's account, Lucy was carrying loads of bags after her like a maid. Why was she such a doormat? A few days later during recess, I walked into the girls' bathroom and to my shock, I found Lucy ripping a little girl's notebook and throwing them in the toilet while Diana and her minions were watching. What are you doing, Lucy? Have you lost your mind? Drop that book right now. Ooh, here comes the bossy older sister. She just wants to tame you and put you on a leash like a dog. Do you want that, Lucy? Or do you want to be your own master? Listening to Diana's words, Lucy looked at me and ripped the book in half.
She's right. You're not my mother, Miley. You're not even my real sister, so don't tell me what to do. Got it?
How dare you? I always thought of you as my sister, but I think I made a mistake. I should have left you in that orphanage and never brought you home. You're a monster. I tried to pull the little girl out of there, but Lucy jumped on me and we broke into a wild cat fight. Just then, one of the other girls shouted that a teacher was coming, so they all ran away, leaving me on the floor. I was so done with Lucy now. That stupid bully was no longer my sister. Lucy would sneak out of the house at night all the time, and I couldn't care less. But then one morning, she didn't come back home. And when I went downstairs, Mom was furious. That devil child. She's at school and was caught trying to steal something. What? No way. We immediately drove to the school and saw Lucy sitting in tears in the office. Diana was there too, looking bored. The security guards had caught Lucy stealing final exam question papers from the principal's office.
But I didn't want to do it. Diana made me do it.
Seriously? I don't even know your name. And how could I make you do anything? You're just some loser. And I wouldn't even keep you around to wipe my shoes. Ugh, this witch. But there was no proof against Diana. So she walked free and Lucy was expelled. As she ran out of the office crying, I tried to stop her, but she pushed me aside.
You just want to say I told you so, right? Well, don't. Just leave me alone.
I didn't follow her. She brought this on herself. And maybe when she was less upset, she'd realize it. But when I went back home, I was shocked to find that all of Lucy's things were gone. She'd just left without a word. I tried looking for her for weeks and months, but didn't find her anywhere. Soon after, I left for college where I met John. We fell madly in love and got married soon after. My married life was perfect. But a few years later, I discovered that I could never have children. Both me and John were devastated by the news. And as years passed, things started to get worse. On our 5th anniversary, I cooked John's favorite dinner and waited for him to come home. But he didn't show up at all. And the next morning, the doorbell rang. And I found 2 kids about 3 years old holding a letter addressed to me. Miley, please forgive me, but I can't take care of these kids anymore. I've lost all my money and I'm in debt and I have to leave. Please don't look for me. I stared at John's handwriting in complete shock, and now he was running away and leaving them with me? Oh my God, that jerk! I immediately took the kids to the police, and it turned out they were my husband's kids, and their mom passed away some time ago. The cops decided to send these kids to the orphanage, and that instantly reminded me of Lucy. My heart sank thinking how awful her orphanage was. And without thinking, I suddenly yelled, "No, I'll adopt them." And in no time, the kids moved in to live with me. Their names were Dan and Dean, and they were adorable. The first night, I fell asleep next to them. A few hours later, I woke up to crazy sounds. I rushed downstairs and saw them banging on pots and laughing. Quiet! Are you both babies or devils? They both dropped everything and ran towards me.
Sorry, we play.
I instantly melted. Later, I took them out shopping for toys and clothes. When we came home, they were both full of smiles and even kissed me. It just warmed my heart like nothing before. My life felt perfect. A few years passed, and the kids forgot they had another mother before me. Then once when Dean was in the 3rd grade, I found him crying in his room. Oh, honey, what happened? He told me there was some guy in his class who was bullying him. He even had bruises on his face. Oh, baby. I'll talk to the principal and his mom, and you'll be fine. Mom's got you. The next day at the parent-teacher meeting, I waited for the kids to point the bully's mom out to me. When they did, I went ahead and tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, is that your kid?" I turned around, and my jaw dropped. Miley? Lucy? Oh my God. We just stared at each other in shock, and then I spoke. "Was it your kid who bullied my son?" "What? Not possible. My son is an angel." "Oh, really? Then why does he steal my kids' lunch and hit them? Is that what you're teaching him?" "How I raise my son is none of your business, bossy pants. If my kid gets hurt, it is my business. Keep your kid away from them." I walked off quickly before she made a scene. But on our way back home, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucy. She looked so different and pretty, but I didn't have anything to do with her now. A few days later, the kids insisted on me taking them to the school carnival. When we got there, they ran off to have fun with their friends, and I got busy with the other mothers. But moments later, we heard a loud noise, and my heart jumped when we saw a huge fire had broken out in one of the tents. I started looking for the kids and found Dean immediately, but Dan was missing. I was shouting his name and looking everywhere, but what I saw next shocked me. Lucy was there, and she was walking out of flames with Dan in her arms. Oh my God, what happened? Is he okay? I hugged Dan tight and then saw Lucy's hand. It was all burned by the flames. I stayed by her side as the medical team bandaged her hand, and then I spoke. "Lucy, I can't ever thank you enough for what you did. But why'd you risk your life for my kid?" "'Cause he's your son and you love him. And I owe you a lot for what you've done for me." And then my eyes went straight to the locket she was wearing. It was the same necklace I'd given to Lucy ages ago. You kept it all these years? Why?" She remained silent, but tears fell from her eyes. And I just hugged her. "Oh, Lucy, why did you run away? I looked for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. I was just so ashamed of myself, all the things I did, and I was horrible to you. I thought I'd ruined our relationship forever, and I couldn't face you anymore. But I've missed you so much. You picked up an orphan like me from the streets and loved me like family, but I threw it all away. I'm so sorry, Miley. Please forgive me." "Already done. You're my sister, and I'll always love you. Come here." Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense. He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling. And I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha.
And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying.
This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing.
Boring. I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom.
What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's going to marry you?
Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type. Your mom didn't seem to think so. My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married. And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes. Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years. The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here? That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha? I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition, but it backfired and you passed out.
He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it?
Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this?
Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here?
How could you?
It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me. And I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened.
Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose.
But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute. And she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me.
When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul.
First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs. What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why? Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him. So, Mom didn't give me the drugs? No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister. Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom. And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened. Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say, "Nihai's focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait."
Hi, my name is Leanne, and boy, do I have an extraordinary story to share. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a really happy childhood as the only daughter of two loving, wealthy parents. We lived in a beautiful mansion with huge gardens, a pool, and practically a zoo in the backyard. My parents would take me traveling with them around the world, and my favorite thing to do was taking pictures. Everywhere I went, the camera went with me. Life was great until one day it took a tragic turn. When I was 8, we were on our private jet to the Bahamas when suddenly the plane started shaking violently. The pilot and other crew members were shouting and running about, and I just knew something was very wrong. Minutes later, I felt a strong blow and everything went black. I opened my eyes when I felt something wet on my face. I nearly died of fright when I saw that it was a gorilla licking me. I thought she wanted to eat me. I ran away from there like a bullet. But after running around in circles a few times, I realized something. I was stranded on some deserted island. I had no idea what happened to my parents, and I felt really alone and afraid. I was terribly thirsty and tried drinking the seawater, but it was so salty, I spat it out instantly. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Well, not a human hand, because it was the gorilla again. I was about to flee when I saw her offering me a coconut. I gulped down the coconut water greedily. Thank you. That's when the most incredible thing happened. The gorilla took me by the hand and led me with her. I felt so scared, and my heart was beating like crazy. The gorilla stopped and brought my hand to her chest. She actually calmed me down. I smiled slightly, and I swear she smiled back. We arrived at a forest clearing with a beautiful waterfall, and I gasped. There was a whole herd of gorillas of all sizes. They welcomed me, and over time, I became one of them. I walked like them, ate like them, and even started communicating like them. Life was good. And as years passed, I began to forget my previous life. There was only one problem. Grumpy. He was my older gorilla brother, who clearly hated me. He was always daring me to do dangerous things and setting up traps for me. But luckily, Mom always came to the rescue. One time, though, he went too far. He dared me to step on a thin branch to reach some fruit. The branch snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, seriously injuring myself. When I woke up, Mom was holding me and sobbing. They laid me on a mattress of leaves and gave me coconut water to drink. I recovered over time, but I found out that the herd had kicked out Grumpy for his mischief. One day, we heard a loud, strange sound, and we all went running out to the forest. To my shock, I saw something familiar. A helicopter was landing on the island. 4 people got out, and I saw 2 of them had weapons, which they were pointing straight at us. Terrified, all the gorillas started running away. But just then, I saw one of the men pointing a gun directly at Grumpy, who was all by himself. I dashed forward and stood with open arms between Grumpy and the man. At that moment, I heard a really familiar human voice. Leanna, is that you? Oh my God, don't shoot, she's my daughter. Oh my God, she was my mom. Mom ran towards me and hugged me tight. Leanna, remember me, baby? 10 years ago, we had an accident, and we've been looking for you ever since. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm Dad, Leanna. We never gave up hope, and here you are, all safe and sound. I knew who they were, and I could even understand them, but I'd just forgotten how to speak like them. Ooh, 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 ooh. They looked at me like I was crazy. But then, they started leading me away to the helicopter. When I realized they were taking me with them, I pulled back. They gently kept telling me I had to come home with them, but I refused. But they weren't willing to leave without me. One of the men picked me up while I bit, kicked, and screamed. My gorilla family rushed forward to help me, but he just put me in a cage and the helicopter quickly lifted off the ground. Mom joined me inside the cage and held me close as I cried and fought. But I tired myself out and fell asleep. And just like that, after 10 years, I'd been found and was back with my loving parents. I should have been happy, but it wasn't that simple. I only knew life in the jungle now. My parents tried to return me to normal, but I continued to behave like a gorilla. I ate like one, scratched myself, and slept on the floor. That's when my parents decided to get me a tutor, Mr. Drotair. And he looked like a mean old man.
I train and teach brats for a living. I'm sure I will succeed with you too. For everything you do well, I'll give you a banana. And for everything that you get wrong, well, you'll see.
That man made my life miserable, and my parents had no idea. Anytime I did something wrong, he went mental and screamed at me. He'd make me stand with my face towards the wall for hours while he kept calling me a stupid savage. Oh, I just hated him. But I tried to learn fast so I could get rid of him. After months, when I joined my parents one day for breakfast, they couldn't stop staring at me. I was perfectly dressed, with my hair combed, and I was eating with a spoon. When I asked my mom to pass me the sugar in perfect English, both of them burst into tears and started hugging me. Oh, Leanna, you look so pretty. Just perfect. Now that you're back to your old self, love, it's about time we sent a press release announcing your safe return. So many people helped us look for you and prayed for you. They will be so happy to hear the news, and we shall organize a grand party in your honor. I was glad to see my parents so pleased with me, and a party sounded nice. A few days later, Mom took me to the mall to shop, and I was so surprised by everyone's reactions when they saw me. I didn't even know I was famous. Crying women hugged me and Mom and said they were so happy for us. People asked me to take pictures with them and wanted my autograph. It was crazy. I felt overwhelmed by everything, but I stayed quiet and smiled for the cameras. But the truth was, I really missed my life on the island and my gorilla family. On the day of the party, I had hairstylists and makeup artists working on me for hours. I wasn't even allowed to eat much because I had to fit into some ridiculous ball gown. Okay, it was beautiful, but I was starving. As I walked down the stairs, I was suddenly blinded by the flashes of so many cameras. I felt like a wild animal in a zoo, with people gasping and staring at me. Just then, Mom came forward and took my hand. Smile, sweetie. Everything's okay. You're doing great. I tried to reply, but I couldn't. I just wished I was anywhere but here. Suddenly, a boy whisked me off to dance, and he kept talking nonstop. And then another boy asked me to dance, and then another and another. I was beginning to feel nauseous. As I stopped to rest, a pompous-looking lady walked over to me, along with Mr. Drotair. Gosh, why was he even invited? Oh, how can anyone be so beautiful? Everyone said you were a wild beast. People really love to gossip, don't they? Mr. Droter, you've taught her right.
Oh, yes, I have. Miss Leanna is my star student, and she has turned out even better than I expected.
Well, darling, I'd like to introduce you to my son. He has a very good heart and a very big pocket. I'm sure your parents will be so pleased if you two hit it off.
I don't know if it was her shrill voice or Mr. Droter's evil smile, but I just exploded.
Literally, the buttons on my dress started to pop. One of them hit the screaming lady straight in the eye, and I felt pure joy. One by one, I took out all the hairpins that were practically stuck in my brain and let my hair go loose. And like the gorilla that I am, I jumped onto one of the hanging lamps, making sure to kick Mr. Droter on my way up. From the lamp, I jumped to another and then leapt onto the stairs. I turned around and mouthed, "I'm sorry," to my shocked parents, and left. As I burst out of the hall, I ran headfirst into someone and fell down. As he helped me up, I saw he was the most gorgeous guy. He introduced himself as Rocky, the chef for the party tonight. "Oh, I would have loved to taste your food, but I won't be attending the rest of that party." As my stomach loudly growled, just at that moment, Rocky asked me if I'd like to join him for a private dinner. And, well, I couldn't say no to that dreamy face. It was the most amazing time I'd had since I'd returned. Rocky was funny and sweet, and being around him felt so easy. Of course, the news of the disastrous party was everywhere. My parents didn't say much to me, but I knew they were disappointed and embarrassed. I decided I wouldn't be seeing any people for a while, except Rocky, whom I'd started seeing quite often. Even though being around him made me feel happy, I couldn't keep ignoring how much I missed the jungle. And I decided to talk to my parents. But before I could, they came to me one day and said they had something to show me. "We're not sure if you remember, but before the plane crash, you used to love photography. We thought this would cheer you up." And on all the walls were framed pictures that I'd taken as a kid. On the other side of the room, there were cameras, tripods, lights, basically my very own studio. Wow, you guys, this is amazing! Thank you! I really love you both so much, and I know you'd do anything for me. But
what? Why are you unhappy?
I told him that I missed my gorilla family and my life on the island terribly.
But they are monkeys, and you are human.
Mom, they are gorillas, and they took care of me as their own, and I love them.
Leanne, sweetheart, what do you want to do?
I want to go back.
Mom burst into tears and protested and fainted. But Dad supported me, and after much talking, they both seemed to understand that going back was the right thing for me. And now I had another very hard goodbye to say. I told Rocky that I'd be leaving, and he looked stunned.
Leanne, you're just breaking my heart. Maybe I can come with you. I mean, I could try.
Oh, Rocky, I couldn't ask you to do that. You belong here. You're a brilliant chef and will go on to do amazing things. I know it. And I will never forget you. With tears in his eyes, he pulled me in for a long kiss, and fireworks exploded in my head. I ran off and didn't look back. When I landed on the island, I was so afraid my gorilla family wouldn't even recognize me. But they came running straight at me and knocked me over with their hugs. I was so happy to see them. Weeks later, I saw a boat coming onto the shore one evening, and I nearly fell back in shock to see that it was Rocky. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
You were wrong, Leanne. I don't belong there. I belong wherever you are.
And now, yes, the end of the story has arrived. At least for you. For us, this is just the beginning.
Hi everyone, my name is Maze and this is my story.
Hi, I'm Maze from the West Bank, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born as the youngest of 4 siblings, and both my parents were medical professionals. Mom was a nurse and Dad was a lab technician. But growing up, I didn't see much of Mom. She worked really long hours, and even when she was home, she was mostly quiet and preferred to be in her room. I wondered why she was like that. But Dad was the complete opposite. He was always home in time to cook dinner and help my siblings with their homework. And no matter how tired he was, He would read me stories every night.
Daddy, you cheated. You skipped a few pages.
What? No, I didn't.
Last night, the princess was in the forest, remember? You have to read from here again.
But the story's almost finished now, sweetie.
From the forest, Daddy. You know she never forgets anything, Dad.
It was true. Growing up, I observed everything and had the best memory. If anyone had trouble remembering anything, they asked me. Maze, do you remember seeing my keys anywhere?
Yeah, Mom. You put them in the fridge next to the milk. Maze, do you know where my pink shoes are? They've been in the garage since September.
Honey, what was that joke I told you 2 weeks ago that made you laugh so much?
Oh, what do a clown's farts smell like? They smell funny.
My parents would drop me off at Grandma's every day before going to work. She lived with my aunt and uncle and adored me, but I never liked Aunt much. She always had something to say about Mom. Oh, Maze, your hair looks terrible. Doesn't your mother ever brush it? Poor child, you look thin. Is your mother too busy to cook? Well, it was true that Mom never did those things, but I still felt annoyed. And one day as I was playing with my cousin, I heard Aunt say to a visitor, "Oh, that one, she's my niece. Her mother dumps her here every day because she cares more about herself than her own child." I felt so mad that I ran into the kitchen and spat straight into the pot of food she was cooking. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Aunt had said. I was going to ask Mom why she didn't care about me. That evening, I was waiting for her to return when suddenly the phone rang. It was Mom. She asked for Dad, but he was in the shower. Okay, Maze, listen carefully. Tell Dad that I won't be coming home for a few weeks.
What?
Why? He knows why. I can't really explain right now, but in case I don't come back, Maze, I promise, everything will be fine.
Mom, why wouldn't you come back? Don't you love us?
But she just hung up. When I told Dad about her mysterious phone call, he looked really worried. But then he said she'd just gone to visit her sister. I didn't believe him for a second. Mom finally came back after weeks, looking really tired, and just went to her room. And we never spoke about where she'd gone. One evening at dinner, Mom got a phone call and she said she had to go. As she was getting ready, I snuck into the car secretly. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom parked outside a house, and once she was inside, I peeked through the window, and I saw a sick-looking boy in bed. Mom checked the machines around him, fed him medicines, and made him laugh. I'd never seen Mom like this. And when she stepped outside, she almost tripped when she spotted me. Maze, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mom. Is that boy really sick?
Yeah, he is, sweetie. Would you love me more if I got sick? Mom looked stunned and then pulled me into a hug. Don't say that, Maze. I love you very much. I'm around sick kids all the time, and sometimes I just don't have the energy for my own family. It's not fair, though, and I'm sorry.
Where did you go for 3 weeks, Mom?
I caught a bad illness from a patient, and I had to stay away so you guys wouldn't get sick. And I didn't want to worry you by telling you the truth.
Mom, you made that kid so happy. I want to do that too. I'll be a doctor one day, and I'll treat all sick people for free. And I'll give them medicines that taste like Nutella.
That sounds lovely, Maze. After that day, Mom and I got closer, and I became obsessed with becoming a doctor. Soon I joined an all-girls school, and I was always one of those kids who loved it. The only problem was my cousin, Siham, who was in my class. We'd grown up playing together, but ever since we'd joined school, she seemed to hate me. Maybe it was because I always had good grades and she was barely passing. To make things worse, Grandma was always telling Siham to be more like me.
Why, Grandma? She's so boring. I'm pretty, and I'm gonna be a model one day. You'll all see me on TV when I join America's Top Model.
You will do no such thing. But if you're like Maze, you can go to the US to be a doctor.
Ew, I'm not touching sick or old people. I'm gonna go to America and be a swimsuit model.
Grandma threw her shoe at her, which she dodged, and I couldn't stop laughing. But I asked my parents if I could really go to the US one day to study, and they said if I had good grades, then yes. By the time I reached high school, I was more determined than ever, but Siham always mocked me.
Don't you ever want to do something fun, Maze?
Like what?
Shopping, dressing up, talking to a hot boy. Have you seen the cute ones next door?
Right next to us was an all-boys school, and I knew the girls spent half their time spying on the boys and exchanging notes. I've got bigger things to focus on right now, like going to the US. Yeah, I have the same dreams, girl, but I'm not working so hard for it, and you'll see. I'll be way more successful than you. Like, who needs more doctors? Everyone? If I'm sick, I'm not gonna go to a model.
Then don't get sick. It's not hard if you eat an apple every day.
Wow, you could be a doctor already. Now, please, let me study because I'm actually serious about my dream.
And who says I'm not? I'm so sick of you always acting like you're better than me.
With that, Siham suddenly snatched my book and ran off, laughing and tearing out pages from it. I chased after her, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I fell to the ground and fainted. I woke up in the hospital with my family around me. When I asked them what had happened, my parents said the doctors were still running tests. But what we found out completely changed my life. It turned out that I had bone cancer. Luckily, the doctors said that it was curable. It was really tough undergoing the treatment, but I stayed strong and got through it with my family, who was always by my side. And within a few months, I was cancer-free. But I ended up with a permanent limp and had to use crutches for some time. On my first day back at school, I felt life was finally getting back to normal. But I started noticing how some students looked at me with pity, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed at times. One day, I'd just walked into a busy library when a group of girls got up from their table and turned to me.
You don't need to walk around looking for a table, Maze. It must be hard for you. Just take ours.
Girls, why do you have to act so weird around Maze? She's really strong. I mean, she just beat cancer. She can walk to a table on her own. I knew my teacher meant well, but I realized so did the girls. I appreciate the offer, but also, I'm completely fine. It's only a limp. Why don't you join me? You can also ask me anything you want about my sickness. I don't mind. My parents had spent all their savings on my treatment, but I didn't let that get me down. I was working harder than ever to apply for scholarships to US universities. One day, I went into an empty classroom during recess to study, and I walked in on Siham making out with a boy.
Oh my God, what are you doing? How did you get in? I told my friends to guard the door. Your friends aren't outside, and you're crazy. You could get into so much trouble for sneaking in a boy.
Just then, we heard some voices outside the classroom, and Siham grinned.
No, I won't.
With that, she jumped out of the window. And of course, I couldn't do that. And seconds later, a teacher walked in. We were taken to the principal, and even my parents were called. They all believed that I hadn't sneaked the boy in, but I also refused to tell him who did. And the boy didn't even know Siham's name. Maze, I will have to suspend you since you're covering up for the culprit. But I didn't give them Siham's name, and I got suspended for a week. I was so mad at that witch. But soon, I got some news that made me forget everything. I received an acceptance letter from a top-ranking medical school in the US on full scholarship. My parents and siblings were overjoyed for me, and I couldn't wait to tell Grandma. But when I went to visit her with Mom, she didn't look happy to see me. What's wrong, Grandma? I'm just deeply disappointed in you, Maze. Siham said you got suspended from school because you were caught with a boy. How could you? I felt furious. She's lying. It wasn't me. But just forget all that nonsense, Grandma. Look, I got into a university on full scholarship. Suddenly, Aunt took the letter out of my hands. I've been telling you for years, Mama. May's parents have always been too easy on her. She's sneaking boys into school, and they're still going to trust her and send her away to the US? God knows what she'll do to bring shame to the family. Mom leapt forward and gave her a tight slap. Don't talk about my daughter that way. She's a source of pride for this family, and she always will be. Perhaps you need to keep a closer eye on Siham. I suspect the boy at school has something to do with her. Mom took my hand and we left. Grandma came over one day and apologized, and she gave me a handful of cash. What's this for, Grandma? Nothing. Just a small start for your new life. I'll miss you, darling, and I know you will make us so proud. It was really hard when I had to leave because I'd never been away from my family before. But I was also excited for my new adventure. But at first, landing in the US was more of a cultural shock. Everything seemed 10 times bigger, and people seemed a lot friendlier back home. I felt almost invisible as I walked across the campus to the hostel. Suddenly, I lost my balance and almost fell down when someone caught me. I looked up to see a tall girl. Need some help with that? Her name was Kylie, and it turned out that she was in the room right next to mine. She ended up helping me unpack, and we stayed up really late talking. Can I ask you why you limp? When I told her I survived cancer, she looked awestruck. Wow, Maze, it's so brave of you to chase your dream and be here all on your own. Well, now you got me. Kylie was my first friend and the closest, but I slowly started to mingle with others as well. After always being in an all-girls school, it was strange for me to be studying with boys, but over time, some of them became really good friends. When Christmas arrived, everyone was going home for the holidays, and I felt really homesick, but Kylie invited me to her place. Her family was lovely, and it was the first time I got to experience Christmas their way. I'd made a traditional Palestinian dessert for them, and they loved it. In our second year, Kylie came to me one day with some upsetting news. Her dad had been unwell lately, and she'd decided to transfer to a college in her hometown. I'm gonna miss you so much, Maze. Me too. I can't even imagine this place without you. I'll come see you soon. I put on a brave face as she left, but once I was inside my room, I couldn't stop the tears. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell back in shock. It was my sister. It turned out that she'd applied to the US for her master's, and she'd gotten into a college right next to mine. I never thought I could go so far away from home, but seeing you do it gave me the courage, Maze. This is the best surprise ever! Welcome to your new home!
Hey, you made it! Thank you so much for watching. I just want to say that it wasn't an easy journey. It was kind of tough, and I faced a lot of obstacles in the way. But with hope, passion, and patience, I managed to get through all of them. And right now, I'm in my second year in medical school, achieving my dream in becoming a doctor.
My darling, she said, are you sure you don't mind being a mouse for the rest of your life? I don't mind at all, I said. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, as long as somebody loves you. The end.
That was awesome! Please read me another one, Mommy.
Tomorrow, sweetheart. And with that, Mom kissed me goodnight and left. A few minutes later, I switched on the lamp and picked up another book. I stayed up the whole night and finished the entire Roald Dahl set. I was only 5 years and 2 months old, and much like my favorite character, Matilda, I just never stopped reading after that. My parents bought me as many books as I wanted, and I sometimes read 10 books a day. But I had to slow down when I started getting the worst headaches ever. When the doctor came to see me, he glared sternly at my parents. You have to set a reading time limit, and she needs fresh air and exercise. But she just wants to read. She's a kid. You're being terrible parents by letting her do whatever she wants. Wait, what? I had the world's best parents. Turns out, though, the doctor may have been onto something. You see, my parents really loved me. But as I grew up, I started to realize that I didn't have a very normal life. I was homeschooled because my parents thought school was too dangerous for me. Mom and Dad would take me to the playground once a week, and they just kept hovering over me like helicopters the whole time. If I so much as scraped a knee, the two would throw a fit and rush me off to the hospital. Hi, I'm Clara. And this is the story of how my parents almost ruined my life by loving me too much. But before I continue, click like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I turned 12, I started insisting that I had to go to school like every other kid, and the two reluctantly agreed. On the first day of school, I happily skipped out of the car, and I'd only walked a few steps when suddenly I felt myself being dragged back. It was Mom, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. I don't think you're ready. How about next year? You can go next year. Mom, I'm ready. You're embarrassing me. Let me go. I was really enjoying my lessons and having a great first day. At lunch, a few kids from class asked me to join them, and I was so happy to be making friends. Just then, I suddenly felt someone pull away my food tray. It was Mom, and she was throwing my lunch in the trash. I stared at her in horror as she started spraying the table with Lysol next. What are you doing, Mom? God knows how many icky germs this table has, and the food looks awful. And with that, she just sat down at our table, whipped out a sandwich, and started cutting it up into tiny little pieces. There you go, sweetie. I just wanted to vanish into thin air. I took Mom by the arm and pulled her out of the cafeteria. Mom, listen, I know you're worried, but trust me, I'm fine. You can go now, please. She didn't come to lunch again, but that definitely wasn't the end of it. They were the parents of every teacher's nightmare. If I didn't get the lead in the play, or an A in every subject, or I wasn't on top of the cheerleading pyramid, they'd be at the school the next day to terrorize the teachers and the principal. One day in 9th grade, I was horrified when the teacher handed me back my history report and told me to come see her after class. I'm very disappointed, Clara. Why would a bright child like you copy-paste stuff from Wikipedia? You could be suspended for plagiarism. Wait, what? I opened up the report and saw that it wasn't even close to what I'd written. Arrgh! There was only one person who'd used this ugly font. Dad! I screamed as I burst into his study. I can't believe you wrote my history report. What, sweetie? I was only trying to help. You would never have gotten an A on the stuff you wrote. Thankfully, since the principal knew what my parents were like, she believed me, and I was allowed to submit my original work. Just when I thought they couldn't embarrass me more, boy, did they prove me wrong. In 10th grade, I was selected from thousands of contestants to represent my city in the National Spelling Bee. The host announced, and the tiebreaker is a bibliophobia. That was one of my favorite words, a fear of running out of reading material. I spelt it out correctly, and as the crowd clapped, one of the contestants' moms got up angrily. I saw her parents mouthing the spelling to her. There's foul play going on here. She demanded that the organizers pull out camera footage, and sure enough, there were Mom and Dad spelling out a bibliophobia. But I wasn't even looking at them. One of the judges stepped up to the mic and said, We have no choice but to give the award to the runner-up. I couldn't believe that everyone thought I was a cheater because of my parents. But to make things even worse, Mom and Dad stepped onto the stage and tried to snatch the trophy away from the other kid. This belongs to our daughter. We demand justice. The whole drama was broadcast on national television, and the video went viral. It made me really popular in school, but not in a good way. I was the girl with the psycho parents, which is why I was really surprised when Jake, the guy I'd been crushing on since forever, came up to me one day and asked me out. I was thrilled. I wanted to keep him a secret from my parents, but I knew that wasn't possible. To my surprise, they acted really cool when I introduced Jake to them. They didn't even sit him down for an interview. Jake and I started dating, and we had an amazing year together. I was totally in love, and when prom came around, I couldn't be happier that I'd be going with him. On prom night, as I ran downstairs to meet Jake, I suddenly stopped short when I heard my parents and him talking. Come on, Jake. We've paid you more than enough. Extra for prom, dude. Otherwise, I tell her everything. Tell me what? All three of them turned around to look at me. Mom and Dad looked horrified. Oh well, guess the act's up. Your parents read in your diary that you had a crush on me, and they paid me to ask you out. What? It felt like my world had just come crashing down around me. How could you do that? Sweetheart, anything we do for you is out of love. I just snapped. This isn't love? You guys are toxic and crazy, and I've just had it! And with that, I stormed out of the house. In the fall, I moved away to the farthest college I could find on a scholarship. I even refused to take my parents' money. I felt betrayed and heartbroken and didn't want anything to do with them. I was enjoying my freedom, but I soon discovered I really needed a job. One day at college, I saw a job poster for a nanny on the bulletin board, and I made the call. The next day, I was driving up to a huge mansion. Mrs. Richard, a wealthy businesswoman and single mom, asked me a few questions and told me I was hired. I come home late from work most days, so all you have to do is give Dana some company. She's a very easy child. You won't have much trouble. And with that, she rushed out of the room and was gone. As I walked out in the hallway, I found a cute little 8-year-old standing with her arms crossed over. Oh, hi! You must be Dana. I'm Clara, your new nanny. She looked clearly unimpressed. What kind of a grown-up wears a Hello Kitty shirt? And I don't need a nanny. I can take care of myself. And with that, she ran off to her room and slammed the door shut. I could see that this was going to be anything but easy. Dana was a really smart kid, but she was so bossy. I wasn't allowed to sit on her bed. I could only put my bag on the floor. She didn't want me to touch her toys. She wanted Chinese every day at 6 p.m. sharp. The kid was a little dictator. One day I told her that we were going cycling in the park, and she turned up her little nose at me. Nuh-uh, not happening. I was beginning to lose my cool. Dana, you're supposed to listen to me, and I say we're going cycling. No, you're supposed to listen to me because you work for me. For your information, I don't work for you. I work for your mother. Suddenly, Dana turned to me angrily. Oh, do you see my mother anywhere? Here's some news for you. You're not gonna. Unless you make an appointment with her secretary 2 days before, guess you're stuck with just me. And with that, she stormed off to her room. For the first time, I felt really sorry for her. I realized that no one paid much attention to the poor kid. When I quietly crept into her room, I found her snuggled up on her beanbag, reading a book. What you reading? Oliver Twist. Charles Dickens writes really sad stories, but I still love them. And from that day onwards, we bonded over books and became really good friends. We'd spend hours reading in the public library or having picnics in the park and discussing books. And we both went to an amusement park together for the first time in our lives. We had the most amazing day, taking all the rides and stuffing our faces with ice cream. Dana was the lead in her school play, and I spent hours practicing with her. A day before the play, as I tucked her into bed, she looked at me sadly. I wish Mom had the time to come see me. It just broke my heart. I decided I was somehow going to make this happen. I snuck into Mrs. Richards' study and left a note marked urgent on the table. The next day, when I went to pick up Dana for the play, I couldn't see the note anywhere. I kept calling Mrs. Richards' secretary, but her number was constantly busy. There were still 2 hours to go. I had to go down to Mrs. Richards' office myself and talk to her. As I barged into her room, I stopped short when I realized she was having a meeting.
What's the matter? Is something wrong with Dana?
No. I was wondering if you read my note about her play?
I did, and as you can see, I don't have the time. Can you leave now, please?
Suddenly, I felt really angry. You have to make the time for your daughter. She's amazing and you're just missing out on everything. She looked livid and had her secretary make me leave the office. I was pretty sure I was fired. Feeling bummed out, I slipped into the auditorium just in time for the play to start. Some 10 minutes into the performance, someone came and sat on the empty seat next to me. To my shock, it was Mrs. Richard. As Dana stepped onto the stage and started delivering her lines, I glanced at Mrs. Richard, and she was in tears. At the end of the play, she was the first one to jump from her seat and clap. Dana stood in complete shock as her mom ran to hug her backstage. Darling, you were so good!
Mom, I can't believe you came! You saw all of it?
Yes, all of it! As the two hugged each other tight, I realized something. I really missed my own parents. And even though they could sometimes really cross a line, I never grown up feeling neglected. They'd always been there to cheer me on and love me, in their own crazy way. I went back home that weekend, and my parents and I made up. They apologized for everything they'd done and promised to respect my boundaries. I'm still away at college, but we visit each other every weekend, and we have a really good time together. Of course, I've introduced them to my favorite little bookworm and best friend, Dana.
Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my god, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me. Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it. Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night. Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again. What are you talking about? What happened? I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops? Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us? Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met. Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now. I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are. God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was. Well, well, well. Look who it is. It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone? Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute, and I want to talk to you. And apologize. It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders. Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk. I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me, and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly, an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me. You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble. What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself. Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself. Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him. Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay. After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now. Penny? Who are you talking to? That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me? No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay? Yes, he is. Jenna? Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes. No, Penny, there isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra, how he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend. I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing. You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you. Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked...
Hi, I'm Tuli from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
You turn that stupid music down, it's giving me a migraine.
Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine. Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Tuli, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Tuli. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship, and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Tuli, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month, please. I'm Kirk, by the way.
Tuli. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or a locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league. Watch your mouth, Thule. But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was.
but I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay, but what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter, what else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom? Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you. So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk to me, but...
Hi, I'm Julia from New York City. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I can remember, I've never had a day of peace in my life thanks to my older twin sisters, Tina and Sophia. They were 10 years older, famous models just like my mom, and they loved annoying me. On my 6th birthday, Mom gave me a pet piglet, but it went missing a few weeks later on Thanksgiving. I was devastated as I sat down for dinner that night. Julie, you see that turkey? That's your piggy.
What? Yeah, Mom said they ran out of turkey, so she cooked your piggy instead. You're lying! No!
I started bawling like a baby till Mom rescued my pet from my sister's closet. They were grounded, but the memory haunted me for years. I could never enjoy another Thanksgiving. Things just got weirder as we grew older. Tina and Sophia got more famous, and I became their geeky little sister with a thing for science and sugar. By 13, I weighed twice the kids my age. One time, Mom invited a French photographer to take family portraits.
Wow, Tina, that is a beautiful pose. Sophie, yes. Hold that. Juicy, juicy.
Julie.
Whatever. Pull in your tummy while you smile. A little more. More. Okay, now smile. Press it, smile.
I was trying when Tina tickled me a little, and I let out a huge fart.
Oh my God, Julie, you stink up the place. You baby cow.
When the photos came out, I was so red, it looked like someone had slapped me 20 times. So embarrassing. I exercised and lost most of the extra weight, but my sisters never let me forget that incident. Worse, kids in my school constantly questioned me about my famous sisters, and I hated that. My older brother says that Tina bathes in milk. That's why she's so pretty. And Sophia brushes her hair with a comb made of feathers.
Tell us, please. Is all this true?
I got so annoyed, I jumped on one of them and pulled her hair. Tina's breath stinks and so do her clothes. And Sophia brushed her hair last winter. It's all makeup, you moron. Now leave me alone. Turns out it was our teacher's daughter, and my stunt landed me in detention. But I didn't care as long as I got some peace. So, yeah, life wasn't great, but it wasn't all bad either. I was at the top of my class, and at 17, I even landed a prestigious summer internship at the Natural History Museum. On my first day, I got up an hour early to get ready and reached the museum before my time. But the place was massive, and I got totally lost. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Are you the new intern?
Yeah, I'm Julie. Pleased to meet you.
Late. You're late. You were supposed to report to me 15 minutes ago.
Before I could even apologize, the boy started walking away.
I'm Pierre, your supervisor, boss, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so tell me, why is the sky blue? Too slow. How do airplanes fly? How old is the Earth? Do you know anything besides makeup?
4.543 billion years.
What?
You asked me how old the Earth is? I know my science, okay? But I guess you don't know how to talk to people. Maybe learn that first.
You're right. I'm sorry. I had a tough morning and I took it out on you. How about we start again? Hi, I'm Pierre, and it's nice to meet you.
Over the next few days, Pierre and I hung out a lot. He was my age, the son of a diplomat, and he'd only recently moved to New York. He was also really smart, and we'd often spend hours discussing science stuff. Slowly, I even started liking him a little. One day, I was cleaning up a fossil when my shirt got caught and ripped. Pierre rushed to my side and gave his shirt to me.
You're bleeding.
Huh? Oh no. Dang it. Pierre hurried back with first aid, and as he was tending to me, I couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was.
There, all done.
Thanks. I feel much better. Much better. Oh, God. You must think I'm crazy.
Nope. I think you're cute. And also, I think you should go out on a date with me.
Really? You do? The next day, Pierre took me out to the most amazing restaurant, and we had the best time ever. Soon after, we started dating officially, and things were perfect. That was until one night. Pierre and I were closing the museum, and my sister stormed in with some friends and started messing around with the museum artifacts. What are you guys doing here? You're always working, so we thought you could use some fun. Oh, are you the guy she keeps texting? Dude, she makes the funniest faces when she's on the phone. Like she wants to poop, but can't. Let me show you. Can you stop embarrassing me and go to a club or something? Where's the fun in that? My sisters and their friends just ignored me as they went around taking selfies. But then, the museum security heard the noise and chased them away. I was given an earful, but at least the situation was under control and nothing was damaged. But the next morning, I spotted Tina wearing a dinosaur tooth around her neck. Oh my God, Tina! You're not supposed to take that! It's worth $40,000! Why would a rotten old tooth cost this much? Here, you can have it. I immediately wanted to leave for the museum to put the tooth back before someone noticed, but just then, the police knocked on my door. Apparently, the museum staff had seen the CCTV footage, and my sister had already been caught on tape. The twins would have been arrested for stealing, but I called Pierre and asked if his dad could help. He told me once his dad was on the museum board of directors, so I had to take a shot.
He saw the video footage too, and he's really mad.
I know it's a huge favor, but I'm asking, please, if he could just help me out this one time. I'll even apologize in person.
Actually, there's this fundraiser that he wants me to attend. Maybe you can come along too and talk to him.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Pierre pulled some strings and the police let off my sisters. And for the first time, they were sorry. The fundraiser wasn't as bad as I thought, even though his dad was really cold even after I apologized. And soon, Pierre started asking me to all the events he got invited to. And things were exciting for a while. I enjoyed dressing up and going around with my handsome boyfriend. But between studies and work, I was getting burnt out. One evening, I didn't have anything, so I raided Tina's closet. Oh my God. Who died and left you this hideous dress? It's yours. Must be something I bought to give to a homeless person. Listen, kid, no matter what you wear, you'll always be a dork. Don't change too much to fit in, okay? Did you hit your head or something? Anyway, I'm off. I had no idea what Tina meant, but I was terribly late, and when I got there, Pierre was outside waiting for me.
Where were you? Everyone is asking me, and why are you wearing that? Don't you have something designer? Aren't your sisters models?
What's wrong with my clothes? Besides, I'm exhausted and I'm here. Before Pierre could reply, someone told us that his dad was looking for him and we went inside. I was standing in a corner feeling angry and tired when I spotted one of the world's most famous marine scientists, Dr. Keller. Oh my God, I am a huge fan, sir. Your work in the space of dead turtles is groundbreaking. And that piece on how sharks are misrepresented in shark movies is amazing.
You've read that paper? No one ever has. You should come by my office sometime.
I'd love to. I even have something I'd like you to see.
Julia, there you are. I want to make you meet someone.
Before I could say anything, Pierre dragged me to the other corner of the room. What was that?
I just saved you from the worst conversation of your life. You should thank me.
Thank you? A world-famous scientist just invited me to his office, and I was discussing my research with him when you dragged me away. Dr. Keller is a bit of a cuckoo. He invites everyone to his office because he's bored all day. It's nothing special. Give me a break. So you think I'm not actually good at what I do? You know what? Save your breath. I've had enough. I'm leaving, and yeah, maybe we should take a break. And with that, I stormed out. Pierre tried calling me later, but I ignored him. And over the next few days, he tried everything to get my attention. He would drop cards in my backpack, leave chocolates, show up with a car full of roses, and when nothing worked, he came up with the ultimate surprise. I spoke to Dr. Keller. He's agreed to meet you next week. Get that research going. You did what? I can't believe it. Oh, thank you. Does that mean we're good? Pierre, I like you, but we belong to different worlds, and I really can't afford distractions. I understand, but at least we can be friends, right? And I can help you finish your research paper. That's the least I can do after everything you've done for me. Pierre was a smart guy, and I could really use his help. We started working day and night, and I often caught him stealing glances at me. By the time we were done, I was exhausted out of my wits. Maybe you should rest. I'll make the final changes and see you at Dr. Keller's office. You sure? That'll be amazing, and thank you for your help. Pierre kissed me lightly on the forehead, and I had butterflies in my stomach. I knew he still liked me, and I liked him too. Maybe I'd give us another shot. But right now, I had bigger fish to fry. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling really confident and showed up early. I was sitting at the reception waiting for Pierre to show up, when suddenly, I saw him leaving with Dr. Keller and my final research. Okay, I'm gonna be late. Good job on the research, Pierre, and welcome to the team. Your dad will be proud and happy. Oh, hi, Julia. Are you here for Pierre? Actually, yes. We decided to celebrate together, if you liked my research. I wanted to say something, but I was speechless. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Pierre walked toward me, but something inside me snapped, and I slapped him hard. So this is why you didn't want me talking to him at the party, and why you helped me with my research. So you could steal it and claim it as your own. Never in a million years did I think you'd be such a snake, Pierre. Crushed, I ran away as fast as I could. How could I be so stupid? Years of research and hard work gone down the drain. When I got home that day, my sisters could immediately tell something was wrong. They sat me down, and I told them everything. Ugh, why do you even care about this stuff so much? Because I do, okay? It's what I want to do in life. How would you feel if someone took away all your hard work and claimed it as theirs? We wouldn't know. No one can be as pretty as we are. Okay, I'm done with this conversation. Sorry. Wait. Sit. We know it's devastating that Pierre used you and then threw you under the bus, but that's life. Now, you can either cry about it, or you can move your butt and start from scratch. The choice is yours. Whatever you choose, we're here for you. My sisters were right for once. I couldn't let this one blow take away my whole future, so I decided to plunge myself into my studies. Pierre tried reaching out 1,000,000 times, but I was done with that lying jerk. I graduated top of my class and went to Harvard. Slowly, I started building my research from scratch and things started looking up. But for some reason, I could never completely understand or forget Pierre's betrayal. Maybe what I was looking for was closure. A year later, my sisters and I were vacationing in Costa Rica when a familiar figure approached me. Julia, is that you? Pierre? You. Take another step and I'll knock your teeth in. I just want to apologize. I know what I did was horrible and unforgivable, but I had my reasons. Really, dude? Yes. My dad is a horrible person, Julia. He told me if I couldn't show him that I can make it as a scientist, he'd have my butt kicked back to London and force me to become a politician. I thought if I got a chance to work with Dr. Keller, I could impress my dad and he'd finally let me follow my passion, so I backstabbed me, stole my research, cost me the chance of a lifetime? Yes, but if it's any consolation, I never joined Dr. Keller. I just couldn't do it. Listen, I don't care about you or your dad anymore. I trusted you and you betrayed me. Nothing you can say or do will make this right. And if you really want to follow your passion, stand up for yourself. Lying and cheating won't get you anywhere. Now save your face and let's not talk again. Ever. But you heard her. Now leave. Pierre left with a pouty face and both my sisters jumped on me. Look at our baby cow, all grown up. Get off me, you two. We love you. Yeah, love you too. Now stop smothering me.